All right. If you're just tuning in, curious about what we're going to be doing today, just like at the start. So essentially, what happened is there were two, I'd say three issues that we kind of like ran into yesterday that I was kind of getting kind of oofed about it, right? So let's talk about the first issue. The first issue was when I was doing Arc with the overcharge and the commiserate. I had it on the single cast with Rising Tempest, and this just makes the arc hit really, really hard, right? Which is great. It's good that the arc hits really, really hard with Rising Tempest. Uh, and Rising Tempest doesn't really have a cost multiplier to it, so that's awesome. The problem here is that when arc hits, it only hits once. So this overcharge commiserate thing actually only happens on one of the shocks, not both the shocks. That was a problem. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's an issue. So what did I do? The easy fix is we just run Unleash now. Unleash does make the arc cost more, but what happens is that it actually is just 100% damage multiplier to arc because it's literally just casting two arcs. And what we do is we have the infusions. So the arc actually just hits really hard with the overcharge and the commiserate, and actually is able to double apply the shock. So now we're actually having two 50% values of shock being applied to the target. And this allows the conduit to actually drop down and hit even harder than it was before. This actually fixed all my boss damage problems. So I am literally one-shotting bosses now. It feels very nice. So yeah, we just replaced Rising Tempest with Unleash. That was the first thing. The second thing here is that I was doing this thing where with Orbis Storms, the idea was that if we look at the amount of times the chain count is being 11, I was running here in the skills. I was running chain. I was running chain 3. And it says the Sport's skills can chain 200% more times. This is actually causing the Orbis Storms to chain like 33 times, which is super cool, except that where do I need it to chain 33 times? And the idea here was like it was going to chain as much as it did, which is going to cause so many more crits to happen to allow the arcs to come out and to actually hit really, really hard. Except that what I didn't realize, and what we kind of established in stage 4, Orbis Storms hits like a goddamn semi-truck. Orbis Storms actually hits really, really hard. And what was happening here is that we were depending on the cast on critical to actually beat all of our damage, which was actually basically like put a delay on our damage. And because we were depending on the arc to actually deal the damage, that gave enemies time to actually close the gap with us. And we were having issues with not necessarily survivability, but also just like moving through the map quickly. We were just having issues because the supported skills are dealing 40% less damage with the hits with chain. So what did I do? I took chain out and I replaced it with considered casting. Now, you might be saying, well, considered casting, you're going to cast a lot less in terms of your speed. Not really. With rapid casting, the amount of cast speed we have, it doesn't really feel that much. But now we have 35% more damage with also removing the 40% less damage. So we went from dealing 40k to 92k on terms of the DPS. So we have more than doubled the damage of the Orb of Storms. Damn. Like, man, I don't know, dude. It's so smooth because there's a lot of content in the game where like the warp tech doesn't work because when you're in a ritual, you can't do the warp tech. When you're doing a breach, you can't always do the warp tech. You can sometimes, you can't always do it. There are certain instances where you need to know when and where to do the warp tech to actually benefit from it the most. And then there are times where you shouldn't do it because you're just going to get one tapped if you're put into a bad spot. So you kind of have to like play around with where you're going to do the warp tech. So by buffing up the Orb of Storms and making it do more damage, the map just gets cleared so much easier, man. It's so smooth. It's so smooth. You know, what's the best defense, man? It's a good offense. Like just one-shot them harder, right? Just make sure that you are actually one-shotting them. And the game functions really well. Yeah, it turns out you actually do a lot of damage if you just one-shot them. So instead of really trying to depend on cast on critical literally being like our Lord and Savior and dealing all of our damage, we're actually going to allow Orbis Storms to actually pick up some of the slack here and hit harder. And it just functions a lot smoother. So I'm going to go ahead and show that on a map real quick. You'll kind of see what I'm talking about. But yeah, it just functions really smooth, man. Like I was playing around with it yesterday and like the maps feel very smooth. The bosses are now legitimately getting one shot. It's just, it's a good time. It's a good time. So, Let's get it. Alex, how's it going, brother? Good to see you. All right. Yeah, so you know, every map has a boss, right? So we can go ahead and do the river hold. How's it going, brother? Yeah, we could just go ahead and do this river hold, I guess. Or the fortress. It doesn't really matter. I can do whatever. Yeah, we'll just do this one. It doesn't matter. It's whatever. We're gonna have to replace this precursor though after we do this. So, what is this one? This is rare monsters. Okay, so I have rarity and rare monsters. Okay. Also another thing that I changed that I've been testing is going for item. So the idea was, do we do double rare monsters, single rarity with rarity on the map, or do we do double rarity, single rare monsters with more rare monsters on the map? I haven't really noticed too much of a difference between the two. Rarity, I think, is a little bit better, just a tiny bit better, I think it is. But it's also a lot more expensive to buy the Omen Waystones that are for rarity rather than the ones that are for rare monsters. So it's just like, get a little bit of give and take. Yes, I have noticed that, like, yes, the game, they have upped the damage of, like, the monsters, and they didn't do anything to your character. They just made the map more dangerous, is what they did. So what we're going to do is we have two options. Either we can try to make ourselves more defense, or we can just hit them harder. I've gone with let's just hit them harder, and this is kind of what it looks like. So let's go ahead and get it. Yeah, I think it's just not a lot of danger to me, man. You know, like what's the secret? Just hit them harder, dude. Like, yeah, it's the damage of Orb of Storms is absolutely wild. And we just, like, lost our way on that, you know? Like, look at this shit. There's no danger, bro. Like, I'm like, whatever. I just literally walk through. I don't give a fuck. Went back to our roots, dude. Like, we forgot, you know, the whole build was designed around Orb of Storms just actually hits really hard. And we got so infatuated with, like, making Cast on Crit Arc doing the damage that it was doing that we just forgot that, like, oh yeah, Orb of Storms actually hits, dude. Like, it actually does damage. Like, we just forgot our way. I don't know how else to put it. Like, everything just gets one shot. I don't know, dude. It's... Oh, I hit another breach, apparently. I didn't even know that. Now do a one-button version of this? No. That's not how Sorc works, bro. Sorc is not a one-button class. Like, if you're looking for one button, this ain't the class, bro. I like having to cast, like, multiple spells, and there's actually, like, variance to it. There's moments when I can do one button like this, you know, but there's other moments where I can't. I have to actually, like, play the game. I don't know. I'm trying my build on warrior. Any advice? Don't use a warrior? Ain't gonna work. If you can make it work on warrior, I will be very impressed. Or a witch. It works on like witches, deadeyes, monks, mercenaries. Who else? It would work on a huntress. But a barb, or sorry, a warrior? I don't know. I don't think it would work. Just play Blade Mage if you want to be stronger in every aspect of the game. I don't get why they just don't buff Sorc. You know, the interesting thing is that I've actually had a lot of Blood Mages tell me that they actually just don't do more damage. Like, they do the same damage. They don't do more. They're saying that the Sorc is actually doing the same amount of damage as the Blood Mage. And the only way that makes sense is because Double Shock is a hell of a drug. That's the only way that even comes close to making sense, you know? Oh, I hate it when that happens. Stop. Oh, I got chaotic monsters. That's nice. Oh, there's my perfect jeweler's orb. What do I want there? Oh, want to buy anything? I'll do anything that's like in the 100s. I still got some money left over. That. All right. Not. I still think I have enough to defer. Let's do that one. And now we defer. Now we defer. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Is there a correct way to cast spell to one-shot bosses? My mana is depleting very fast, and the boss is not dying. Yes, there is very much a correct order to kill the boss, and I will show you exactly what it is. Alright, so we're about to go against boss here. Is your build updated? Last I checked, you had Ball Lightning on cast on crit. Should I remove that? That's weird. Definitely shouldn't be there. Yes, the build is updated in the description. Okay, so here's how this works, okay? So when you get up to the boss, you're going to swap out these three. Rakiata's Flow, Scion's Temper, and Pleiades Mercy. You're going to swap. Shut up. Go see who it is. Go see who it is. It's Craig. Go say hi. Alright, so you're going to swap them out for Rising Tempest, Efficiency, and Lightning Conduit. Okay, so you're having to do a three-thing swap, right? You're running Pleiades Mercy, Rakiata's Flow, and Scion's Temper when you're doing the map. And then when you go against the boss, you need to swap Lightning Conduit, Rising Tempest, and Efficiency into these slots. That's what Elemental Invocation is here for. It's a gem slot holder. That's all it's doing. So it's just allowing you to swap. Now, once you're here and you get to the boss, okay, and you have these The rotation is once you get up to Boss Boy, you need to first get yourself 3 elemental infusions. It's the very first thing. Once you've gotten yourself 3 elemental infusions, you're going to drop your Sigil of Power. You're going to cast until you're around half. This is going to empower it. Okay? Then the boss is going to do whatever it does. You're going to cast your Lightning Orb 3 times. He spawns. Once he spawns and he's damageable, you're going to cast your Frost Bomb, Elemental Invocation, Tempest, Arc. And he will drop. He will just drop. Like a sack of potatoes. That needs to be casted on that one. Boy will literally just go down. And that's that. So, let's go ahead and see it in action. And you can actually see the boss damage. So, I'm going to empower myself first with the lightning infusions. I am infused. I come up. This boss is a little quick. 1, 2, 3. Here they come. Bam, bam, bam. Bzz. And where's the lightning conduit? Where'd the lightning conduit go? Did it not crit? Uh-oh. That's not good. Here. There we go. There's the lightning conduit. What happened? No, it crit. That's weird. Maybe boss is just that tanky. I don't know. Usually I one-shot. That's a fucking wild one, dude. The only thing I can make sense of is that the cast on critical conduit did not crit. That's the only thing I can make sense of. Yeah, because it has an 81.12% chance to crit. I am thinking about running a Neville critical in this. If this doesn't crit, the boss won't drop. So, yeah. It'll go up to like 85% crit. I think that's what happens. Is that the conduit didn't crit. Because when conduit crits, it boy is gone. Boy's gone. They buffed the bosses, but not the drop from bop. So yeah, it's fine. I mean, I ran like 7 maps yesterday after I made this change, and I one-shot the bosses every single time. So you have to think, okay, if I'm one-shotting the bosses 7 maps, and then on this 8th map I didn't one-shot the boss, and then you look at the crit rate of the spell, and the spell is, once you have that 35% crit, it goes up to 87%, and you're like, okay, what's 7/8? 7/8 is 0.875. Oh, that actually kind of makes sense, that like 1 out of every 8 boss kills I do, the conduit isn't going to crit. Yeah, bosses are hard now, dude. Like, bosses are a challenge. That's just the way it is. Like, you know, one-shotting bosses is something I guess they didn't necessarily want us to do, I guess. I don't know, but you can still pull it off. I just think in that scenario, what happened was I didn't get the crit. I didn't get the crit off the conduit. That's all that was. So, we'll see what happens here. Oh, I need a rare monster one. Oh, bam. I, like, literally found one. That's actually a really good one right there. I think I have another one here, too. I want an irradiated one. Let's see here. That's really good. This one's good. Cool. Let's see if I can get an irradiated one. This one has 30%, which isn't bad, but I want something more than that. So, we'll see what we get. We'll see if we get lucky. Uh, 36 with an additional shrine, baby. Yeah. Easy as that. Never didn't have it. And we'll go ahead and use this one. Go on in. All right, so looking at map here. I don't want to look at this. I want to look at this. We have 200% increased number of rare monsters, and we have 266% increased rarity of items being found. The 100% increased quantity is fucking sick. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But we're not going to have that for very long. So here we go. Let's have fun. Oh, also, I need music, dude. Sweet. I think there's going to be a direction up that way. Nice acceleration shrine. Yes, we did become squishier, so what's the answer? Just do more damage. Oh, shit. Nice. Pick that up immediately. Don't want to die and have that one go gone. Feels good, dude. Like, I mean, guys, you seeing? Like, I'm not in danger, man. Like, just do more damage. Like, just make your spells hit fucking hard, man. Don't play around the whole cast on crit being your lord and savior. Like, actually make the spells hit hard. The base spells. I don't want to do boss yet, but I have the checkpoint for it. Like, look at all the loot, dude. Look at all this loot. Yeah, that Rune of Chase is, if I remember correctly, it's like 9 divs, I think. Fuck. Oh my god. If I get hit, I'm dead. Never didn't have it, dude. Not even close. Wasn't even close, dude. So, like, abysses are a good area to use the warp tech in. Let's go ahead and reset. Alright, we're good. We can go back in. Do we want to just blow up the middle? I guess that's kind of the best option, right? Just like blow up right here in the middle. I get everything? I think I do. There's the expedition logbook. Which are selling for 4 chaos orbs right now per. Yeah, I mean, you get used to it, but I do agree. Like, yeah, too. Like, it is kind of, you know. I need mana. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was a infused one. All right, here we go. God damn, dude, fuck, man. They really, really upped the fucking attack speed of everything. Like, really upped it. To where, and they're also making it just spawn right on top of you. So when you're doing rituals, you actually have to really think about where you're placing yourself in the ritual.
Have an order?
I still got my win, which is, I got my fucking Rune of Chase. So it's like, and I completed the whole map except for that, so it's whatever. But I'm, oh my god, dude. Okay, look, if I am here and I click this, I should be able to automatically be here. Like, fuck, why do I have to type down there to get what I want? I'll take 3 of these. Driving me crazy. Yeah, there's also the players are marked for death shit, where you're actually just taking bonus damage, right? So, you know, yeah. Oh, I ran out of another one. Okay, hold on. Rare monsters, rare monsters. We need a rarity one. Okay, hold on. That's a breach rarity. Cool. Can you show your passage tree? No, but you can click the link in the description and see it. Oh my god. There we go. We're good. Dude, damn. Do things have, like, giga damage? Hold on. Okay, we're Curse the Elemental. Oh, there it is. They're 50% extra delta is cold. That's the problem. And I have them marked. So I am, yeah, I'm getting hit hard. Which means they actually have to play safe. Yes, it is updated. The marked for death thing is really brutal because it actually makes you just take 50% more damage when you kill a rare, which makes the maps a little dangerous. But it's also the best thing to juice your map with, so you know what I'm saying. Which you ran Rockiata for arc. It's Rockiata is what you put into your CoC arc, but you don't put it in your manual arc. The reason why they do that is because we are able to make our classes rabid zombies. If we're able to make our classes be as fast and attack as fast as a rapid zombie, then that's why they would want it to make the monsters attack as fast as well. Like they definitely changed the way that rituals function. Because it used to be that monsters would spawn in a very specific place within the ritual. But now that's not happening. They're actually changing where they're spawning. And because they're changing where they're spawning, you can't stick in one place and be like, this is where I'm going to hold my ground and I deal a lot of damage. Because the stuff spawns on top of you. They've made... I don't know if it's an invincibility frame or something, but they're making it so the mobs are not like getting hit right when they spawn. They're able to actually hit you when they spawn. Oh my god, dude. I can't with these fucking blood pools. God damn it, man. That's fucking fun. I don't know if we can run the mark for death thing anymore, dude. I think the marked for death one is just fucking gone. We can't run it anymore. When you kill a rare and you're receiving 50% more damage, it's actually just causing way too many fucking problems, bro. Like, let's do a Grasping Veins one here. See how this feels. No, I'm not level 97 yet. Ran the 7 maps I ran yesterday. I didn't run any of them with the marked for death thing. So I'm wondering if it really is just marked for death that's causing all the problems. You see how aggressive I can play now? Like, you would never, it's just a night and day difference. I just ran to an abyss, didn't give a shit. I really think it is that marked for death passive. That sucks because that's like one of the best ones we can have. Hello? God, I hate when rituals do this shit, dude. Lame. God, I fucking despise it. Yeah, see, like, now we don't have any problems. There's no problems of dying. The DPS is high enough, and if we ever do get hit, it doesn't really do anything to us. I'm just running in. I don't care. I think got hit. Only like none of my energy shield. I'm good. I can keep going. Yeah, it's... I can be belligerent now. So it really is that marked for death thing. Ugh. Lame. I hate it. Oh my. Oh my. Okay, monsters can't be hit by crits. That sucks. We can get other stuff. Place it like right there. So we're gonna give myself some lightning infusions. And then we're just gonna unleash Sorc. There's another logbook. Another logbook. 2 logbooks. The answer is always more damage. Correct. I am level 91. Which nodes should I take? Can you show after map? You just look at the description. And the guide is there. If you're asking like, okay, I'm not your level, I can't do the entire tree, what should I grab instead? That really depends on what your class build is. Depends on what you're lacking in. You're lacking in crit, you're lacking in spell damage, you lack, like, find out where you're lacking and fill the gaps. I guess I'll go down here. How much you guys think? I'm thinking 30. Yeah, 38. Nice. I have enough damage, and you have too, but these deaths are so annoying. Yeah, we have to learn to play around it, guys. It's just the way it is. So, like, I know that, like, right here is going to be a safe spot. So this is where I'm going to hold. Well, I am missing a piece of the puzzle, but I'm going to see if I can one-shot this boss. There's the conduit. There we go. All right, where would we miss the ritual? Maybe right there, right in the middle? Right at the start? Nope, not there. I really wish they would just show us where the last thing is after we complete the map. But, I don't know. I guess that would be too easy or something. So it's either going to be right here, or it's going to be here. That just doesn't make sense for either of them to be there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. That's just weird as shit, but yeah, okay, I guess. Nope. Means it has to be over here. Why would they put 3 of them right next to each other like that? Wow. Nope. Nope, that's so dumb. So dumb. Fuck, man. God, I play way too fucking confident. Fucking tripped over a pebble, dude. Like, I will never be level 97 with this shit, bro. It's just never gonna happen. So irritating. They really cranked up the juice on the difficulty of the endgame. Ugh. None of these are all that great. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. They made it giga punishing. Which I'm not exactly, like, against, per se. But it's just irritating. It's like, you know? The problem is, in order for us to get tanky enough to be able to survive this shit, we have to, like, literally get up to 16,000 energy shield, which just isn't going to happen unless we sacrifice an insane amount of fucking damage. And sacrificing that level of damage, I'm just not comfortable with. The game has turned into one shot or get one shot. I knew I was gonna get that. I knew I was gonna get this with this map, dude. There it is. There's really no good spot here, so. Yep. It just feels weird that, like, I played yesterday night with this build, and I had no issues with deaths whatsoever, but now I'm just shit in the bed. It feels bad. How did that not, like, chain to other things? I will say I've noticed a lot more breach hands. A lot more breach hands now. Yep. Increased damage taken, man. Increased damage taken, dude. You know what I think it is, man? Because I'm like, yeah, I have all this damage, that's great, but like, my stun charm is always out. And you would think that like that would, you'd think that like that would fix it, but
what is it?
I really think that going for like all of this I thought I was going for all this damage to work, and it is, but like the problem is this marked for fucking death thing where you receive 50% more damage. When enemies do more damage to you, you get stunned. And the idea is that you should be able to clear out things fast enough with this, essentially. You use this to essentially be the thing that's allowing you to just go through. And, like, you can never be stunned because you're just going to get your charges back. The problem is I think I'm actually getting stunned so much that it's not working well. So I think what I have to do is, even though the title is just do more damage, I actually don't think that's the build. I just don't think it is. I think, and what we did was we took out a lot of stun threshold in this build. We took out a lot of stun threshold. Also, why the fuck don't I have that? Hello? Interesting. Well, that would be a problem. That's 4 points right there that I could save. Subtracting that level of damage really hurts. But we'll see what we can do, because we have 11 points now. That's pretty good. That's huge. Hey, we can do that. With 5 points, where can I get? I'd love to be able to get this, but it's not going to happen. I am thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. The duration is whatever, but this increased damage is 24. So this is 54% increased spell damage for 5 points. Or I can go for 12% cast speed, 20%, so it's 28% with 12% cast speed, which is pretty nice. Four, 5, 6, 7. You need 7 points to get there. 3, 4, 5. You need 7 points to get there to dynamism. If I could grab this and I could grab that, that would be fucking amazing, but I don't think I can. Unless I want to take out one of my stun thresholds. Because that's 31%. 39%. 51%. 81%. That should help. I really just need one more level, dude. It's fucking insane. Yeah, we don't get to have this. Or actually, we can. This is what we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. We do this. And then we do this. So now at the 5 points, instead of giving myself 54% spell damage, I have now given myself 10 intelligence. And 40% increased damage with 12% increased cast speed. That's got to be the play, bro. Yeah. I could also give myself more crit. I feel like I might need more crit, man. Because I need that conduit to fucking crit. Is spaghettification useful? Yes, very much so. Yes, yes, yes. It's very, very... It's extremely powerful. It's extremely powerful. The other thing I can do is just go for full-blown crit. I can actually just give myself 55% increased critical strike chance, which will cause the conduit to have a much higher crit rate. We could try that. But I don't know, dude. 12% cast speed sounds pretty good with the intelligence and all that. Let's take a look here. So if we take a look on the cast on critical for my conduit, 81.12%. Okay. Yeah. Fuck, man. It's really important that that fucking conduit crits, dude. And what's the Orb of Storms at now? 89.92. Plus I get the extra 35% crit when I actually trigger a skill. So it's going to like 95% crit hit chance. That's pretty good. I'm going to try that. I'm going to see how that flows. Also just like makes my lightning warp. Yeah, my warp just has 100% now. Let's go ahead refund an Atlas passive. See what happens. Damn. It's really not doing much to fix it, man. Like if something just hits me, it's just fucking rough. Even with full resistances and everything. Like, right now, this is going to feel good because it's a really powerful shrine. But... I don't know. Like, the damage is there. The damage is way more than enough. I don't know, we're moving better. I haven't really gotten stuns, which feels very nice. I will say, it feels very nice not to get stunned. Also, the ailment threshold's nice because that's, you know, you're not getting fucking shocked and chilled and shit all the time. Okay. So that's one way to do this. I'm going to try something else. I want to see if, like, really taking out all of the raw damage and going for, like, the spell damage actually might be better. We're going for the cast speed, I should say. Okay. And then here? Yeah. I want to see how that feels in terms of cast speed, because I just gave myself like 21% cast speed. I want to see how that feels. Yeah, it's way better already. Yo, yeah, convalescence would be great, but I don't have space for it. If you could fit it in, though, yeah, absolutely it would be. All right, let's see how this feels. Yeah, this is it, dude. Cast speed and stun threshold. Get the spells out faster, and then if anything does hit you, you're not stunned immediately. If you can get the spells out, you do enough base damage to where you can actually just kill things. We're at 4 out of 4. Okay. So this means we're doing less damage to the boss. But I don't think we care. Little jewel is the increased stun threshold from energy shield. We only have 1 jewel, so yeah. Is Boss Boy really all the way up there? Okay. What just happened here? Okay, hold on. That goes down there. There we go. It's like, what just happened? It's this guy. Yeah, see, we can still get the one-shots off. All right.
We need to collect more. Let us hope.
Okay.
Now lies Sorc.
That definitely feels way smoother. Like, much, much, much smoother. Now, this woodland that we're about to go into.
Speak.
Okay.
Yes.
See what happens. Oh, that's the rarity. I'll check that after the breach. One second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Back. Alright, let's see here. What is the 369%? Damn. So I guess 250%? That's insane. Immune to lightning damage sucks. Man, they really told me, nope, you don't get to play here. What do I think of the patch? It's pretty good. I think players are going to have to get used to some things. There's some good things and bad things that I think most players are kind of agreeing on. The difficulty being increased by as much as it has kind of feels kind of, I don't know. Like, there definitely should be a challenge in the game. I think we did get a little bit spoiled with just being able to run through the map and one-shot everything. We don't really get that anymore. Good evening. Oh, man. Alright, I guess we just go kill boss. Now, if I remember correctly, this is like a cranked boss. Like, this boss is harder than normal. Oh, that's awkward. Huh. We don't talk about it. Anyways. Alright, we're gonna fully empower. 1, 2, 3. Bam, bam, bam. Did I miss? I felt like I missed. I think I missed my arc, dude. Nice. Siphoning wands, tier 5. Can sometimes be good. I will notice I've gotten a lot more tier 5 pieces of gear. Nice, dude. Lightning Conduit still CD 8 seconds when in cast on critical. Build one skill Lightning Conduit for bossing is better. I see what you're saying. I don't have space to do that. Well, maybe I do, actually. The problem is that I would need to legitimately just turn off my cast on crit in order for that to work. And my cast on crit would still be built for, like, I would still need to replace gems in the cast on crit to not completely me by the time I tried to do the lightning conduit. So it really would be a case of we just turn off the cast on crit versus bosses. That might work. The problem is that the lightning conduit that I have is a level 21 gem, but it doesn't have a perfect jewelers in it. So we're in that predicament. But you won't go against the boss because you will be able to control the DPS. Rather than the arcs just flying out at 1 billion miles an hour and just draining all your mana. You'll be actually able to control it and then cast the conduit and just spam the conduits down. You'll also be able to put like spell echo on the conduit. Well, I think we might have to invest into that. Manual conduit cast. Make it hit hard. I like it. Huh. I'm gonna have to sell some capital to get that. But I really like that idea. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I really like that idea of having a manual art cast or manual conduit cast.
Let us know. Rest now lies dormant.
All right. Hold up. It's not terrible. I mean, this thing of chase is gonna fund everything. What I want.
All right, your order is registered.
Yeah. Now we can do it. All right. All right. I do not have a level 20 there. I can create this level 20 for the cast on crit now, though. But the cast on critical would need to be upgraded, and that would cause it to, like, really trigger a lot. Which should be really good for that. Okay, I'm actually really liking the direction that this is going. We just need to get a level 20 skill gem. Oh, that's nice.
I'll post it right away.
Okay. Dueling wand for lightning conduit too, but so expensive. Yeah, I don't think we need the lightning conduit. I don't think we need the spell slinger for that. I'm gonna show kind of the idea that we're gonna do here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a lightning conduit. We'll see if we get lucky. All right, and then we're gonna need you. And that's good. Okay, let's go 5 for 20.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Ugh. Now they're never gonna sell. All right, pull out 20. These are nice and cheap, so I'm just gonna quality all of them. And then from there,
You've received a shipment.
cool. Okay, have that. Okay, it's been qualitied. Has 5. Okay, let's see if it hits. First fucking try, dude. Why can't that happen every time, bro? First fucking try. Alright. Alright. That's... okay. Why buy level lightning 21 conduit when I can just do it first try like that for like, what, 1/3 of a div? If you're in that. Alright. So, big boy's big. Alright, now what do we want in this? We don't need efficiency. I don't think we do. We'll put lightning conduit down here. What do I want to do? How do I want to cast it? Probably Shift R. Okay. Alright, we're gonna need inevitable critical. Or not inevitable, pinpoint critical. This should also be the perfect place to put dahlias into. Yeah, because now you get 7% more damage per shock. So there's the dahlias. That's where dahlias goes now. And then we'd want pinpoint critical. Alright, I got pinpoint. I want inevitable critical is what I'm looking for. Because the crit rate, even though it's high, it's not... I want it to crit on the first shit. So now it absolutely will crit. When I cast it, it will crit. Now, the other thing that you can do with Lightning Conduit is you can do Spell Echo with it. Really? Really? Remote skills. I want to try this. I swore it could work. It could not. Okay. So Spell Cascade nor Spell Echo works with Conduit. Echo is not a unique gem. Echo in unique gem? What do you mean? That's pretty nice. I like that. Just being able to do 25% more damage. And then probably... You could also do Ambrosia. Unique gem. It's have unique gem echo. Bro, like English, my man. What? What unique gem are you talking about? So this is good. What else do we want? Okay, crits. Now we just want pure damage, right? Obviously, considered casting would be dope. That's a very good place to put it. And then probably the one that gives the elemental focus. That thing just drops, bro.
Not yet.
What's my 1 jewel? My jewel, dude. What are you talking about? The echo for jewel? This is a skill gem. Like you can't put spell echo into a jewel. Like what are you talking about?
Have you found more?
Echo when if it can maybe? It can't echo. Guys, I'm telling you, conduit can't echo. It can't echo. It's not able to be echoed. You can't echo it. So what that means is that we deactivate cast on critical. literally just deactivate cast on critical when you go against a boss. That's literally it. We use cast on critical when we're going throughout the map, and then we just deactivate it when we're going against a boss. And then when we go against a boss, we just do our normal rotation, but once we have all of the things on the target, we just, you know, when we're sitting here, we go that, and I mean, flap, and hopefully it drops. So the idea is, like, you're still doing the same thing. You still want to empower everything. You're still doing the same rotation. 1, 2, 3. You get all that out. The boss spawns. You do the same thing. Bam. And then when that conduit drops, it should just drop the boss. Because the conduit can't be infused. So it just drops and it just hits. And because as Delia's in it, it gets 7% more damage with hits per 5% shocked enemy, which means it just does actually so much fucking damage. This thing's fucking brutal. Like, okay. Arc can do 92,968. Who is messaging me? Oh. CRs, I just don't use Orb of Storms and apply shock with manual arc cast and lightning conduit, but I do have spell slinger dueling on it. Works wonders on bosses though, so I don't on bosses because of orb. Yeah, I think we just disable the cast on crit against the boss, is what we do. I think that's the way we have to fight the boss. Okay, so what was the damage of the... Hold on. What was the damage? Okay, so average damage on use. Not damage per second. Average damage on use is 39,730. Right? This is the average damage. You could actually do just the actual damage. Like, just do total damage. 21,712. That's what we want. Okay, so this is arc. And then conduit. Okay. This gets multiplied by 3.5 because it's a 250% damage multiplier from the Malagaras. And then conduit, because it has the 100%, it's already taking this into effect. So just 74,021 is just literally what the damage does. Okay, stop. I don't understand where that came from. We need to stop doing that. So that's what that happens. This already has... Does the total damage already have that instigated? No, because that's the average damage on use. So that's the total damage. So here we go. Yeah, that's already a difference. So it doesn't really matter because they're both being modified by it. But this is the damage. Then what happens is the infused arc does get modified by this, right? And so the infused arc comes out and deals 228,000 damage, which is still less damage than conduit, except that because we're able to apply 100% shock to the target, for every 5%, which is just 20 times because it's 5%, it will do 7% more damage. So there's 7 here equals this times this. So it does 140% more damage is what I read, right? That's what the lightning conduit is doing. 7% per 5%. Yeah. That's just so nuts, dude, how that works. So then that's a 2.4. So conduit drops and deals the same damage as 3 infused arcs. That's pretty good. We'll see if this solves the boss damage. I don't know. I want to try it, though. We'll see what happens. But we do have to turn it off. I think I did the woodland. Yeah. Alright, let's see how this handles. I don't want to go against a, a big boss. I just want to go against a normal boss. Is it easier for you to use Exile instead of Path of Builder? Sometimes. I'm using Path of Builder to express an idea. Dude, I actually don't even have the mana for it. 534 mana for the conduit. Okay. Apparently I haven't killed everything around here, which is interesting. What have I not killed? Oh, there we go. So this will be interesting because the conduit will legitimately be dropping down harder than it was previously. But it does allow me to actually get my mana back faster than if I wasn't. Also, this is going to be in a Fury, so we'll see how that goes. No, because it won't have this argument all the time. It won't have 100% crit without pinpoint critical. Watch. Here's lightning conduit. I take pinpoint critical out. I haven't used it. 70.7. It just hasn't, it's sitting there. It's fully charged. So you have to use pinpoint critical to get it to 100%. They said they reduced the size of Val City. I'm not feeling it. I'm gonna be honest.
Need mana.
Not necessarily. I mean, it does say exactly how it functions. Okay. So now we're against Boss Girl. We turn this off. We still empower ourselves with that.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
This. Ta-da! We did it. Boss has been one shot. And I get a divine orb for my efforts. I'm just buying that. Dug it. Shazam. Damage.
Speak.
Feels good, brother.
Zest is a strange being. Fine. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Feels good. Alright, right back. I got a bathroom. Okay, I'm back. All right. So one of the things I've noticed is that this is going to be a good one. I think I need double rarity, single rare with chaotic monsters as the role. I think that's actually what I need to do. So 26% rarity is okay. I'm gonna look for something like 29% rarity and see if I can get 2 of those. And what do I need? I have a breach. I'm gonna want one that's irradiated, and I'm gonna want one that has. I mean, ritual is nice. Don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of getting sick of ritual, dude. I think it's double breach, man. I think it's double breach and just modifying the breaches to be cranked. With a single irradiated. So let's go quantity of items found in maps. And let's go rare monsters. I wonder if rare monsters, and let's say I want at least 38, and quantity of items I want at least 19. Precursor, I'm pretty sure irradiated tablet. Can they even show? Okay, so they do exist. Oof. Trying to get both of them in the same map, though. 10 divines, bro. Oof. Alright. Yeah, people are charging way too much for that. I bet you if I go to 39, it's like immediately gonna drop. Look at that. Yeah, I'll buy that. Oh yeah, there's a cool interaction I can't cost randomly. If you have any game percent damage as cold damage, then CoC Arc just starts freezing mobs. True. Oh, it has 8 uses remaining. So you're increasing it for 25%, but it only has 20% more? Hmm. Interesting. This should be 15 exalted, or 15 chaos orbs. I don't like it. What? Which one do I need? Oh, so I already have this one. I already have the rare monsters. I need double rarity is what I need. Sorry. So, what's the difference? Damn, doubles, they literally double for 1%. Fuck out of here, dude. Fuck out of here. I do need a regular tablet, though. I need a precursor tablet. Um, 10 uses, 65% shrine. Sounds awesome. I will buy you. What's the problem with CoC Lightning Conduit? It just doesn't do as much damage if we... Yeah, this has 12 uses for 6 Chaos Orbs, dude.
I
Nice.
guess it's worth that.
Okay. Now, we do the same thing. 29. Breach. Those are pretty nice. 10% increased monster density from the breaches is pretty sick. Does that mean 2 more rares? Probably. With the amount of rare monsters that we have, 10% would probably give us 2 more rares, yeah. That means, are you killing 20 rares in a breach map? Yeah, I think I am. With the amount of rares I'm going to be going for, yeah, I do think I am. And it's only 2 orbs. Let's see, breaches. Increase monster density. Let's go maximum 9%. Watch this. I bet you that's 1% in increased monster density is going to drop the price by more than 50%. Is that not the most disgusting fucking thing, man? Hold on. Look at that. 6 Chaos Orbs, bro. Like, what the fuck? It just completely dropped. Dude, like, why are people trying to go for max? Just go for 1% under. Oh, no. I've lost 1% on the map. Instead of 29%, instead of 3%, now I have 29%. Oh, but I've saved more than 60 or 70% on the actual cost of buying the fucking tablet? Jesus Christ, dude. Value is where people say it is. That's so ridiculous. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go craft some waystones. Okay. Pull that out. Craft tab. Chaotic monsters. Do this. So I'm going to go for just like massive amounts of monsters. Rare monsters. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Damn, dude, keep giving me those ones, dude. Keep giving me the ones where the monsters have one more modifier. Oh my fucking god, yes. Just keep giving it to me, dude. There's no way. No fucking way, bro. That's... Like, everything hit. Everything just hit. That's insane. That's so wild. So, in case y'all didn't know, Currency drops are based on not only how many, like it being a rare monster, but it also drops based on the fact that it has a modifier to it. So when you increase modifiers to the rare monsters, like them having some type of effect, like hasted, mana siphoning, blah, 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 if they get another effect, they have a much greater chance of, yeah. Anyways, words. Do I just, like, dump one of my Exalteds for this? I don't really want to.
I'll post it right away.
Well, it's not going to be that. It's going to be, like, 178. How much do I need more? God damn it. Alright. Flip. Share my Atlas tree. Look at it in the planner. I don't even know if it's actually in the planner now that I think about it.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Okay, and then we grab our automat. Bam, bam. Cool. It's gonna be kind of wild. I don't like the Oasis boss. I don't like the Mineshaft boss either, but it's like, you know, do we care? Do we just go for it, right? So everything's at like 20 right now. I think we're gonna be stuck there for a bit. There's 14 percenters down here, 28%, 14, 28% here. So basically everyone's just gonna be like clearing out their own areas. Got more quant down here, 16, 16. 34% is pretty nice. 30%, 30%, 30%, 30%. This is a sick area. This area is dope. Oh yeah. And the map has an additional modifier. This whole area is dope. 50% increased quantity. Oh my god. All right, look, the boss is probably gonna kill me, but like, yo, let's do it. And then make sure cast on critical's on. Okay, good to go. Yeah, the planner's updated. Paranoia is better than pack size? Yes, it is. Alright, let's take a look here. 254% increased number of rare monsters. 158% rarity of items found. 131% increased quantity of items found. Oh my fucking god. Alright, here we go. Let's have fun. Okay. Out into the open. There it is. Got the best one in the game. There's so much lightning around, the game can't actually, like, show it. Voila. Build's pretty good. Oh. There's still more breaches. Can I pick it up over there? Okay, good. Or another one here? Yep, there is. I have no idea where Coast went. There he is. Okay. Oh, we're for sure gonna do it over here. We just need to make sure not to hit that. Yeah, those little lightning things hurt. Whew. No, come on, game. You know what happened there? So the warp tech is not gonna work well in a lot of content now because okay, so here's what they did. They saw the warp tech, they saw what people were doing with the warp tech, and they said no. What they did to kind of like soft nerf the warp tech was that they made it so that when you kill things, now what happens is things spawn where you are, where you warp. So because those things aren't able to be cold, you can't recast the warp, and then they just hit you and you're dead. So they've kind of soft nerfed warp. So you actually have to run the maps now like old school or CoC. You can't run warp tech as much as you wanted to in the past. Which is just super lame. That's just what they did. That's their vision.
All right, your order is registered.
I also did use the one where players are marked for death, so kind of bit myself in the ass with that one a little bit. The planner isn't indicative of what I'm running right now. I will update it. But the planner is incorrect on the skill tree. We're not doing Archon. Archon is not the way. But Rakiatas is doing pretty well. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what they did. This is how they soft nerfed Warp CoC. Every single place I warp to now, enemies are spawning in that area where I warp. So that's how they soft nerfed it. Oh, man. Like. Ugh. Hold on, I need to take off my sweatshirt. I'm fucking toasting. There we go. Okay. So, the thing I'm having the problem with Rakiatas flow is like it's I'm really feeling my mana getting drained when I'm not using efficiency over Rakiatas flow. And my mana getting drained is causing a lot of issues. I don't need Rakiatas flow really ever. And if I ever do need Rakiatas flow, I just use fucking elemental weakness. So I'm not sure Rakiatas flow is the way, man. Like, I'm really not enjoying Rakiatas flow. I tried it, and I'm just like, man, I just, like, there's nowhere to put it where it'd be good. I'm just really not liking it. I just want to try this. We're just gonna try this. I just want to see what's going on. Would you sim yesterday? Did the sim? What did you sim? To using LA weakness. Yep. Yep. Told you. Dude, tell me this doesn't feel better, man. Look at this. Okay. Yeah, Rocky Odds is a joke, bro. I'm selling it. It's so unbelievably unnecessary. Well, alright, I guess I can sell Rakyadas and make my 20 div back. You have to decide whether it's worth losing an extra 20 resist you can apply on a boss to forego having cast elemental weakness exposure. Well, the 20 elemental resistances that you have is only going to be casted on you. It doesn't reduce enemy resistances by 20%. It increases your resistances by 20%.
A touch of fire to wake the forgotten.
If you're applying native 74% resistance to a boss with elemental weakness, and assuming a couple of boss is being fought, the resistance is 50, so they are negative 24% resistance. Yes. So far, yes. Not including exposure before you hit the boss with Rakyat is reverting their res back to positive. Correct. That's assuming Rocky's an elemental weakness. Correct. Yes. Alright, so this is where I turn the cast on critical off. Okay, I'm empowered. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. That was an actual boss. That was an empowered boss. Yes! We fucking done it. That's what we fucking want. That's what we wanted. That was an empowered boss. Fuck yeah, bro. Took 8 hours of tinkering with shit, but we finally figured it out. Ugh. One eternity later. God, that feels so good, man. All right, let's take a look here. Nice, nice. I love seeing these numbers, dude. 250, 250. Yeah. I didn't even have the speed. I didn't even have the speed shrine, bro. Fuck, dude, what is randomly hitting me? I don't know what is randomly hitting me, but I'm trying to stay in the center so that shit doesn't... There we go. Alright, we're back to normal. Okay, cool. See that shit? That's how they nerfed it. That's how they nerfed Warp CSC. I don't know if you spotted it, but that's how they did it. Fuck. Hate that goddamn shrine. There we go. Now I'm invincible. Ha ha ha. That feels pretty good. Now it's time to go pick up all my loot. No divines, but we are getting a lot of other stuff. Alright, so this is a boss. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if the last one truly was an empowered boss. I know this one is 100%. This one is for sure an empowered boss. So we're gonna see if we can one-shot the empowered boss. If we can one-shot the empowered boss, we are so back in business, bro. Oh, shit. Of course. Of course. Man, that's so ass. Alright. Let's see if I can do this. Here, here, here. 1, 2, 3. Ah, damn it. That's so shit. That's so shit. Fuck you, game. Put a fucking abyss on the boss, you fucking assholes. God damn it. Fuck, I did not see that one coming.
Hello.
Like, if I knew that was there, I wouldn't have been so fucking scuffed out of my mind, bro. I was like, what do I do?
You found more of what we
How do I play this?
collect more other
I was just so unprepared for that shit happening, man. Ugh. It's not even to think again, dude. It's just like every time I feel like, all right, I got it figured out, they're just like, they hit me with the instance of, how many times does that actually happen? You know? Like, how many times does an abyss actually spawn on a boss? Not often is the answer to that question. Yay! I'm fucking ballsy. Let's do it. That's a lot of loot. That's another one. Woohoo! And an order chance and an order of a moment. Let's go. Yeah. That's exactly what I did. All right.
So that's who's responsible for all this noise.
Alrighty, let's see what we can do. Boom! That was an actual boss, and I wasn't even in Sigil of Power. Good night. Do you have any idea how good that feels, bro? Like, the whole day has been saved. I saved the build. Oh, that feels so good, bro. Holy crap, that feels so good. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I thought it said 39%. Damn. But this one's good. This one's really, really good. 20% increased quantity of breach splinters and 30% increased rarity. Boom. You know what that means now, though, right? No, I do not. What does that mean? What do I do? How much crit chance do you need on warp to make the build work? Let me say it this way. You're going to need more crit hit chance to make another version of this build work before you even worry about warp. Warp is like the very last part of this build, and you shouldn't even be thinking about what the crit hit chance on warp is. What you should be thinking about is what is your crit hit chance on Orb of Storms. That's what you should be thinking. So I think Spellslinger to remove the animation. Yeah, okay, here, let me get right on that. That 1 mirror, 2 mirror fucking cost wand that I need to fucking, you know, replace this one. That's not gonna happen, dude. I'm not getting a Spellslinger wand. It's just not gonna happen. So I think we can agree, Forte. Like, do you agree, like, Rakiata's Flow just isn't the play, dude? Like, we've tried it everywhere. We've literally put this motherfucker on, like, every fucking piece of everywhere we can, and it still just isn't it. Like, it just doesn't work. Thank you. I agree. I agree. I do not think there's anything that we can do to this was my argument for Edgar, is that Rakiata's Flow just isn't worth it. I've ran almost 2 full streams of Rakiata's Flow, and bro, it hasn't worked. We took Rakiata's Flow out. We haven't died since. No, wait, we died once. I think we died once. But like beforehand, I was dying every single map. Took Rakiata's Flow out, and now I'm only dying once every 4 or 5 maps. And I'm still learning, like, okay, the build is, yeah, like, it's just not it, dude. Like, it just isn't it. There's other gems that are just so much more valuable. I don't need to invert resistances of fucking elites. Yeah, but like, if you're not using elemental weakness or exposure on the boss, you're kind of... How do I put this nicely? Not educated? Ignorant? You just don't know? I hope. I hope it's you just don't know and not that you're lazy. Dude, the Diala's Desire in the Conduit, though, is so awesome. I love this. The Diala's Desire in Lightning Conduit was the best play I could have made, dude. It's making it so that now it's 7% instead of 5%. This thing gets 27% more damage with hits per 5% shock on the enemy, dude. Fuck me. Oh, can we control... Okay, hold on. This was actually completely wrong, right? Because it was... This happens 20 times, but it's not this. It's 27. So it's 540%, which is a 6.4 multiplier. Golly, dude. And if you take this and you divide it by this... Dude, Conduit is hitting with the same amount of damage as 7 infused fucking arcs. God damn, bro. Copied the build and everything. I have one issue. My PC can't handle it. Hey, man, you know what? Sounds... like, don't be poor. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. That was so rude. That was so mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was so mean, dude. Welcome to Otter's stream where we just talk shit. My bad. Yeah, so I think I just sell Rakiata's Flow.
Hail.
I think I just get rid of it, man. There's nowhere in the build. There's nowhere anywhere I would ever use it at any point ever. It's just not good on spellcasters. On attack damage builds, it's fucking the greatest thing ever. But on spellcasters, it does nothing. It's absolutely fucking worthless. And yesterday I bought it for 17. Now it's worth for 21. Sick. Sick. So another thing I simmed earlier, which I don't know how willing you'd be to change it yourself, which I totally get. Atua Luis is actually cracked as F. Atua Luis. Is that a gem or is that a socket?
All right, your order is registered.
Lineage support gem. Alright, let's take a look.
What's new?
It's a lineage support gem. Okay, hold on. We're gonna find it. Here it is. Otswelly's Bloodletting. Skill mana cost converted to life cost. Skills gain 2% of damage as extra physical damage per life 10 life. Yes, it's absolutely the most busted thing ever. Yes, this is what blood mages run. Blood mages run this. Dude, I'm actually having so much fun now at this point. Dude, look how many... Where did my... There they are. This guy's up here. There we go. Look how many breach splinters I have, bro. I am never gonna run those, ever. I might for the video. I would need 4, so I would need 600. I have that. I can sell 2,400. How much for like an orb of annulment? How much for a divine? Okay, so I don't have a divine's worth. But how much for chaos orbs? I think orbs are still worth it. Okay, so we're gonna
I'll
do
cast
that.
it right away.
Do that. Well, that'll be good for now. Yeah, that was dope, dude. That felt so good. Just literally one tapped. So we'll do this flotsam, and then I'm gonna go do this epitaph, and I think we can just do it again, dude. The build's just actually functioning really well right now, like really, really well. Oh, really? Interesting. I thought the focus was definitely kind of the way to go.
Victory is mine.
Zzz. Zzz.
I can't do that yet. You there, local. Come.
Doing focus plus 3 spell focus and spell damage is a massive loss of damage, like 20%. Oh. Well, they used the unique one. They're using a unique focus. Damn, alright. A second here. I think I'm gonna slam it right here, man. Bam. Alright, here we go. Big damage. 1, 2, 3. Everything's ready. They're all spawned. Always satisfying. Love it. Oh. See, I don't know how I feel about that. They're putting rituals in, but they don't say that there's a ritual. So you kind of find one, you're like, oh, this map has rituals. Okay, now you have to go find them. Don't know exactly how to feel about that. That's because I'm putting double breaches in. So I'm getting the benefit of getting a ritual without having to putting a ritual tab in, but I get to double hit the effect of the breach. So I just get a free ritual. That's kind of cool. Dude, like, am I just not... What am I... Yeah, weird. Okay, so 85% of rarity of items in this area. But still 260% rares. So weird that, like, not a lot is being found here. Was that prolif? What do you mean? There it is. This is what I was looking for. So the question is, do we think that the other... I don't know if I really want to find out. I don't really care. We'll find out if I care enough. Nope. Don't really care enough. Something you're hitting with the permanent, the green animation when the enemy dies and spreads to nearby enemies. Nah, I don't see it though. Weird. I don't know. Okay, so turn that off. We're getting powered. Boss is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're here. Tell him to come up. Here, 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 and... Oh, almost got him. I don't think my arc hit. I think he actually, I think he actually hit me right when my arc was coming out. I don't think I hit him with the arc. Let's backtrack on that. I don't think I actually hit him on the arc. Okay, so this, there. We're looking at the shocks right here. He's single shocked. Yeah, do you see how I only have one? Okay, I do have 2 shocks, but what are their values? It looks like 36 and 36%. Yeah, I completely, yeah, the manual arc didn't even hit. So that's 3 infused arcs that didn't even hit the boss, and then empower the actual conduit. Boy still got hit like a tank. 226% shocks. Yeah. Well, there you go. Really important. Yeah, so if it's 226%ers, then like, okay, you don't understand. That's like so much less damage because what people don't know, if this is the base damage, or sorry, this is the base damage of the conduit, right? And this is the base damage of the arcs, let's just say, right? And like there's the infusion. So like what people don't know is, take this. So this is the damage of this is the damage of the conduit, right? But let's say that it's being affected by a, like the arc didn't even hit, so that doesn't even matter. So let's just take that completely out of the equation. The arc didn't even fucking hit. So then we just have the conduit. Now the conduit is getting 27% more for every 5%. If you have two 26%, it's a 50% total, which is just 10 times. So you got 10, right? So that means you get 27% times 10, which is 2.7 or 270%. That is a 3.7 multiplier. So you're getting this times this. But then also, because it's a 52% multiplier, you get this times 1.2. Okay, so then you can just turn that number and you can just do this, or we can just separate the decimals and see it nicely. So that's a 1.1 million damage, right? All right, so now we can do it again in another instance, right? So now imagine that the target actually has the 50%, where it's 100%, right? So this is going to happen 20 times. And because of that, it's going to be 540%. That's a 6.4 multiplier. So we'll take this. Actually, just take this times this. There we go. Okay. So you take this, multiply it by 6.4. Cool. And then we take this value and multiply it by 2 because it's a 100% multiplier. Look how much damage that is. We gained 50% more shock, but we were able to do 3 times more damage. It's an exponentiated damage value. It is so important that we actually get that shock magnitude on and hit with the arc. And at the same time, because we're able to hit with the arc, this is the damage of the actual arc that's going out. But you're going to get 2 of these. You get 2 arcs that go out that are infused, because that's the damage of the arc. And then it also gets empowered by that. So you actually get this. So we did 4 times less damage with that conduit hit than we should have with the manual arc cast into the conduit. That's how fucking insane it is. That's how important it is for you guys to hit your Tempest arc. If you hit the arc and then you cast conduit, you'll be doing 4 times more damage than if you just hit with conduit. That's so fucking insane to think about. That's so wild, bro. How strong that one button is. Like, to really put that into perspective, man. Alright, I love Epitaph, so let's have some fun. It's one of my favorite maps. This one and Crypt. I love Crypt too. Crypt's probably my favorite map. I really want to be 97 so I can get my kite runner back, dude. I miss my kite runner. Nice. Is there a max ES number you shit for? Shit for. Is there a max ES number you shit for? Man, imagine. No. Shoot for. Is there a max energy shield number I shoot for? I think you mean minimum. The minimum number I try to shoot for is at least 7k. The maximum number I would shoot for, where I start questioning whether or not you're losing damage, is 9k. At 9k, I start tilting my head and going, where are you losing damage? So I missed two things. One, do you ensure your manual lightning conduit is striking when the boss has max shock applied? Is the Orb of Storms always going to get that done after a second or two? So it's not Orb of Storms. Orb of Storms isn't what's actually applying it. What we're actually using is Arc. So Arc increases the magnitude of the shock by 50%. Then we also get Overcharge, which increases it by a further 50%. And then we get Commiserate, which also increases it by a further 40% multiplicatively. So when you use Arc with Unleashed with 3 infusions, which is very important, when you do that, now what happens when I cast my Arc? It's gonna consume all 3. Watch. Bzz. You see how it consumed all 3 of them? Okay. So what we're gonna do is we go against the boss. Now the Arc has the Unleash, which is going to consume all 3 lightning infusions. It's going to be the equivalent of hitting the boss with 3 separate arcs that are all infused, dealing massive damage. This massive damage is going to cause the shocks to actually apply, meaning that both shocks that get applied to the boss are going to be empowered to 50%. And because of that, that's when we can hit with the manual lightning conduit, and it just fucking dicks them. So let's watch what I'm talking about. So first things first, we're empowered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3. She's gonna land. Bam, 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 and zap. Gone. Fucking gone. That was an empowered boss, by the way. That was the empowered boss. That was the one that has the little boss marker on it in a delirium map. Fucking deleted. Makes sense, but what's the orb doing in this scenario? Nothing but more damage. That's all it is. It just exists to be more damage. That's all it does. Because Orb still hits like a truck, dude. Orb still hits fucking hard. Like, the base damage of Orb is still, like, damn, right? So what happens here is that when you're using Orb of Storms, okay, you have 3 of them out, right? So let's go here, all right? So you have Orb 1, Orb 2, Orb 3, right? Now, one of the things that Orb states in it is that when a spell is cast near it, it bolts, okay? So you have 3 of these orbs, right? So let's talk about the spells that actually cause all of them to proc. So all 3 are sitting out. The first one is Tempest, okay? So this is the first spell. Then the next one is your Arc. Now here's the thing. Because the Arc is Unleash, Unleash states that when you have it, it's gonna reoccur for each seal that's lost. And when it means by reoccur, it means it's literally casting the spell another 2 times. So really, even though we're casting Arc times 1, really what we're doing is we're actually causing the Unleash Arc 2. So even though we are, this is the main, so this is the main arc, this is the Unleash Arc and the Unleash Arc. So really what happens is we actually get Arc to hit 3 times. So we'll do 3. Then we do Conduit. And that's 1. Okay, so what happens here is that we actually cause 5 different spell casts when the orbs are all stacked on top of each other. Each of these spell casts is going to cause each of these orbs to outlet a bolt on top of the natural bolts that they're letting out, which is going to be 2 within the time period that we're doing this rotation. That means that each orb is going to let out 5. And so now what happens is that within that short cycle, we actually get 17 orb procs worth of damage, which is nothing to scoff at. 17 orbs worth of damage is roughly about 3 infused arc cast. And up here, we calculated that the conduit is equivalent to 7 arc casts. Then you have your manual arc, which is 2 infused arc casts. So we have 9 infused arc casts there. And then with this, we get another 3 infused arc casts. So these orbs aren't negligible. They're not just like, oh, it's like, why should we even cast them? They are legitimately actually providing roughly a 20 to 25% more damage to the boss when we have them out versus not having them out. Okay. Ew.
Zesht is a string. Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Got a lot of heavy belts. Sigil, empower the sigil. Tempest, elemental. No, don't cast Tempest yet. No. The order is this. Sigil, empower sigil with Ellie. Elemental weakness. Frost bomb. Hold on. That's 3 orb. Boss becomes targetable. Tempest, Arc, Conduit. There you go. Screenshot that. That's your rotation against the boss. For anyone that's curious about what their boss rotation is, there you go. That's it. .26% rarity isn't bad. Not one I'd want to use, but if an emergency calls for it. Yeah, that boy just got deleted, man. I got a couple videos to work on after this. I mean, we really found some good success here today. Whoever the cat was that came in and suggested the manual arc, or the manual lightning conduit, you're the man. Yes, it would. With Spellslinger, it would be, yes.
Need mana. Didn't break a sweat.
That, boom. Woo! Spice, baby! 2 abyssals and a final ritual. Are you not entertained? That's a great map.
I can't do that yet.
All right, here we go. So turn off cast on critical. We want to be able to empower ourselves first. So let's go and do that. 1, 2, 3. We're good. Boss is about to come out. 1, 2, 3. Damn. That. Hit. Zap. Gone. Kind of was a little slow on that. I was like having to think. I was like, wait, make sure I do this right. So I was really, really slow with that. But I still one-shot him.
No mana.
I missed my elemental weakness. I was about to go into my Tempest Arc, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing something. You know, the thing I like about the maps being as dangerous as they are is that mapping can actually net you out good materials. Now, I think that's what they had to do, right? They said, okay, we're going to make mapping more worth it, but if we're going to make mapping more worth it, then we need to make mapping harder. So now what's happening is that, like, if you want to juice your map and you want to actually get good shit from your map, you can, but you're going to have a juiced fucking build to do it. It's no longer like anybody can just run these. And that's why I think it's a lot more juiceable. Man, this is like pretty hot on everything. Except for the fucking life regen. I'm gonna see if I can craft that. I'm gonna see if I can get lucky and annul a suffix on that. I have a bunch of pieces here that, like, these are like a bunch of crafting bases that I have that I want to, like, fuck with. I'm trying to get good at crafting and see, like, what I can do to actually turn them around and see if I can make them worth it. And I've been taking my time and watching, like, 30 minutes of crafting videos a day, trying to kind of figure out what's going down. And a lot of what's happening is people are, like, the way they're ensuring that, like, something hits, and it's not that it's not ensuring, it's like you have like a 33 or 50% chance this thing is going to hit, is that you create things with blockers. So, like, you use desecrations, and then you use something that, like, oh, you can desecrate it, but it's only going to add a prefix or it's only going to add a suffix. So, like, you're trying to go for a specific suffix. You already have one of the suffixes that you really want, but you want to block the other suffix from being bad. So what you do is you desecrate it with one of the omens that makes it so that the thing is going to be a suffix. And then when you go to desecrate it, you omen of Abyssal Echo so that you can roll twice. And then what happens is you look at all of the possible rolls and what their key tags are. And you say, like, oh, this key tag that I want on it, there's only 3 of them. And there's like 10 total that it can be, but only 3 of them are different. The other 7 have, like, this resistance tag, and you can't have more than 1 resistance tag with this. So, like, you desecrate it to get the resistance tag, which CoC blocks the other 7, so that then you can have the other 3. And then if you don't get it, then you have to Omen of Light it, and then you have to, like, redo it and try it again. And once you finally do get it, then what you have to do is you have to actually go and you have to hit it. And if it does hit, then fantastic. If it doesn't, then what you have to do is you have to annul the suffix, and you have to Omen of Light the actual suffix, and you have to add it and try to go and hit it again. And so, like, I'm learning how this whole crafting thing is going on, which is pretty cool. But it's, like, just as complicated as, like, making a goddamn class actually do damage in this game, dude. It's pretty wild how, like, complicated the crafting system is when you learn what the crafters are actually trying to do to manipulate the rolls. It's pretty wild. Right, you have to use the site. You have to use the site and figure out, okay, this is the thing that I'm going for. What are the weights to it, and then whether or not it actually blocks it, and there's all sorts of stuff, dude. Bam. No way. When do you see that ever happen, huh? Oh, shit. But let me back up here. Only has... let's not die. There we go. Yo.
Mana.
So, what the fuck? What? 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 That's gonna be fun to make a short out of. I think I should start making Path of Exile 2 shorts. What do you guys think? Should I start doing that for my channel? Making shorts? Luck has nothing to do with it, dude. Total, it's skill issue. If you're not able to get divines to drop like me, just get better at the game. I don't know what to tell you. Aw, man, they really want to do it to me, don't they? Man, that sucks. Alright. Just gotta put it right in the middle and hope for the best. Hey, we got a logbook. Alright, well. Only thing that's left is Boss Boy, so let's go do that. We are empowered, we're ready to go. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Here, 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 and zap! See ya, nerd! I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. Good map. Hard game, dude. Wow.
Speak. Zesht is a strange being indeed.
Unfortunate that the life is what it is. There is a way to actually craft this. You can Orb of a Null a prefix modifier. And then you can put in all sorts of other stuff. I do like intelligence in my... I really like intelligence in this. I know other people don't, but I really do. I really, really like intelligence in the chess piece. Now that's a lot of damage. Alright, we got 2 more maps, and then we'll call it for the day. This is a great session. But I want to start making some vids. We gotta talk about what changes we made to the build since the patch came out. And then we also have to talk about resistances, man. Really need to talk about resistances. Like resistance manipulation. And there needs to be like the argument, you know. I need to, dude. I need to put like the title needs to be like Rakiata as his bait. Stop wasting your money. It needs to be something like that. Yeah, no, I'll update the PoE Ninja. In fact, I mean, I guess I could kind of do it now, huh? Hold on. Make sure it actually is doing it correctly. Yeah, the lightning conduit's actually there, and it's showing it. Awesome. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna edit the description. Okay, the description in the stream should be updated with the most current version I'm running right now. With the tree and everything. The tree, the gems, everything. Until I get Delia's Desire, what do you suggest that I put in instead? Either Deliberation. I don't know if Deliberation works. You're gonna have to see if Deliberation doesn't work, then Lightning Mastery. You're crazy for not pausing the game when you tab out like that. Operator danger powers, dude. Damn, I gotta get back up there. Come on. Hold on. I can do this. I can do this. Huh. Here we go. Did it. Never didn't have it. Okay. Those done. There's another breach down there. Cool. Whoa. There. Aw, thanks for the subscription, man. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Of course, you're very welcome for the great content. More to come. Oh, very welcome. My only request from the developers is, hey, let's make a fire build cool. I'd really like a fire build to be good. But I think they need to redesign. They, like, literally need to redesign the fire skills. It's not even a case of, like, buff the fire skills. It's like they need to redesign them. Alright, so this girl is kind of a pain in the ass. We'll see if I can one-shot her. She's kind of a... bleh. We'll see what I can do. Zap. Gone. Works every time, bro. 40% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Kind of a pain in the ass. She is, though. Don't at me like that. That boss. She kind of is. Don't at me like that. She actually is kind of a pain in the ass. I hate that. I'm not a fan of that boss. Alright, one more map. So am I able to run marked maps again? What do you mean by marked maps? Oh, I see. Like marked by the thing is what you're talking about? We can find out. We can run this step right here and just go have fun with it. Right? Should we do that? That should be a good map for a final run, right, boys? I think that'd be cool. Let's do it. Let's see if I can get them marked. Nope, not only to do that. There we go. Cool. I think I'm gonna need to craft like 5 in order to get that. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. All right, let's see here. Doing pretty good. Alrighty. Let's see if I can get a marked. Okay, I kind of want to try it, though. I kind of want to try this. Just for shits and giggles. I do want to try that on one of those maps. And then run it with the boss rarity. And see what happens. Okay, that's good. Damn. Man, I haven't gotten a marked one, man. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I got nothing, dude. Crap. I have to actually go buy more vertebrae, I think. I also am gonna need more omens of chaotic monsters. Wasn't able to hit it. Hold on. I might be able to have one here. Hold on. I might have... One of these might be good. Hold on. Okay, that's rarity. That's monsters. 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 Nah, I don't have anything here. But these are all rare monsters, and they're all 36% delirious, which is the paranoia, which is really good. So I do have a couple of these to run, but I don't have any marks. Darn. Okay, hold on. No, we're doing this.
Oh, it's you.
That's one way to do it. There we go.
All right, your order is
Okay.
registered.
And then I need Omen of Chaotic Monsters. Whoa. Those went up in price. Yeah. The Omen of Chaotic Monsters went way up in price. Damn. That's definitely not right. Because an Orb of Annulment is not worth that. So a 1-to-1. But how much is this? Oh. No. Okay. 1-to-1 means I'd be spending 14 Exalted Orbs. Rather than 20. Yeah, you want that. Yeah. Yep.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Okay. Cool. Game is being ran by Chaos Orbs, bro. Okay. See if we can hit. Yeah, they're expensive. But they only cost a Chaos Orb, right? That's it. They only cost a Chaos Orb. And you can get a Chaos Orb once per map easy, bro. Like, fucking easy. There we go. We got it. Got 2 of them. Cool. Quick question. In my cast on critical, I have a 21 arc plus 1 crutch, but only 2 gem slots. That doesn't impact anything, right? Oh, no. If the arc in the CoC only has 2 gem slots, that does nothing. Yeah, no. You're good, dude. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Because you're empowering the arc through the actual cast on critical, not the actual arc. No, you're totally fine. Totally fine. Alright, so now we need to go buy Delirium. Yeah, it's not right. That'd be 210. Ugh. I gotta keep doing this. But it's so worth it. Like, out of the 10, I pulled, like... Dude, out of those 10 maps, I pulled, like, fucking 8, 9 Divine Orbs worth of shit. Like, it's absolutely worth it. We are making huge profit. Huge profit.
All right, your order is registered.
Let's say 45. That's literally what they're selling at right now, so we'll see what happens. As that's doing that, we'll go ahead and do this. Yep, that's done. Cool. 34% isn't bad. Everything else is poo-poo.
Yes.
Disenchant. Okay, and then craft tab. Put that there. Put that there. Put those away. Put the Twilight Reliquary up here. And currency exchange, thank you. Okay. All right, we'll do this one. Put these ones here. Okay. We're gonna do this one. Step with a marked. Everyone ready? We're good to go? Okay, so in this one, monsters are going to take reduced damage from our crits. We can do less damage with Enfeeble, which really sucks. The Ignited Ground, and then we're going to be marked for death. And we'll see what happens. Yep, here we go. And this is a big boss, too. This is a powerful map boss, which is going to be interesting with them taking 30% less damage. So we'll just see if I'm actually overkilling the boss or not. We're going to find out. Cast on Criticals online. Here we go.
history was so easily uncovered.
Oh look, there's my chaos orb.
I can't do that.
Whoa, what? Dude, what the fuck is going on? That's the second time that's happened. What is going on? I'm actually making people rage quit. Oh look, there's my waystone. Wee! Wee! What's the point of Piety's Mercy in CoC? You just saw it. You just saw the purpose of it. Literally just saw it. Do you see me warping around like an idiot? That's the purpose of it.
Your strength belongs to me now.
All right, here we go. Boss damage time. Can we kill a... This is an empowered boss map with the reduced crit damage. Let's see if we can do it. There we go. Zap. I believe I have fixed the build. All right, that's the map. How much do you think it costs to gear this character? Not your crazy level, but to be able to do pinnacle content. 30 divs? Maybe? Maybe 20? 20, 30 divs? Something like that. So, Death's Toll. What do you think of the new variant of the build since you have come back and rechecked on how we have made modifications? What is your analysis?
Have you found more of what? Let us hope. Zest now lies dormant.
And we got our 3 Chaos Orbs and our 2 Divine Orbs from that map. Feels good, brother. Look at all these logbooks we have to do. Each of these is worth 4 Chaos Orbs, by the way. I fixed it. Good, good, good. Oh shit, I got a Visions of Paradise. Huh. It only has 1 use, though. That's kind of lame. Those had to have gone down in price. No, they're still worth 5 annuls. Crazy. Yeah, I'll sell that for 5 annuls.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
How many God damn Val Orbs are... Okay, hold on.
What's new? I'll post
good
it
for
right
me.
away.
Yeah, Chaos Orbs are like the main form of currency now. So, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it feels pretty good, man. Okay, so think of it this way. So, when we got on today, we sold something for 14 and 21. So, that means we found 11 Div Orbs. Which is a Div Orb every 2 maps. That's pretty wild. It's pretty good, man. And that's, like, not including everything else that we found, you know? Like, all the Chaos Orbs, the Orbs of Annulments, the Charge Chances, the Omen of Abyssal Echoes, like, all of that stuff. Like, we did not... Yeah, we're not even counting the logbooks, any of that stuff. Today was a pretty good day. And we spent time just trying to theorycraft. Yeah. We had a lot of tinks today. A lot of tinks. All right, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching. So I'm going to make 2 videos. One's going to be talking about elemental resistances and like why Rakyat is bait for spellcasters. And then we're going to do another one. But I actually want to see how much we're able to lower the resistances of the boss. Actually, I think I have. Like, we could just go in the photo right here. Let me see something.
Good news for you.
There we go. Okay. Negative 73%, negative 15%. is what we're doing. The reason this doesn't work, like, I guess this is interesting. How does that work with elemental resistances? Because that's not negative 100. Unless this and this are it. Yeah, so this is the exposure and this is the other thing. That's 30%. That is negative 103%. That's why. It's this and this. But what are these? I have to actually look at these as like debuffs against a target.
Yes?
Speak.
Okay, hold on. Do I have splinters? Do I have enough splinters? I almost have enough splinters. Okay, how much does splinters cost? Hold on. I could also do the runic ones. It would kind of be the same, but anyways. Damn, fuck you, no. I'm not spending that much. Flip it over. Ew. There we go. I'll do 2 for science. There's 69.
I'll post it right away.
Okay. I already have 100. We could do this twice, actually. That's good. Okay. So I actually want to see lightning and cold exposure. It could be. You could be right.
Nothingness. A place that should not.
Okay. That's elemental exposure. That's hinder. So this is elemental exposure, and this is hinder. Then you have the actual curse. Interesting.
Your maze matters not. I will find you.
I have no idea what hinder is. I gotta look that up. Can't do it right now because boss fight, so. Oh. Oh, shit. Sweet. That's a from nothing. Cool. Slows movement speed. Default 30%. Okay. So how does this work? Yeah, I was right. So it turns to positive, negative, negative, positive. I was right. Okay. So how does this work? If it's 80, if you allow the curse to go all the way through and it be 84%, Because I'm getting 14% from the exposure. Not that I really need to do anything to actually... increase exposures, like... So that would do 20%. That'd do 22% on the exposure. Plus the 73%, that'd be 95% negative on the resistances. So why is this actually legitimately doing better than Rakiata's? Because even with all of the curse magnitude... What do you mean, why wouldn't it be doing better? Okay, here's what I mean, right? So if the boss has plus 50% resistance, right? Then that just means that it's just turning it into negative 50%. It's doing equals. I need to turn these into text values. Hold on. Right? If this one's plus 50%, then Rakiata's just turn it into negative 50%, right? That's what Rakiata's is doing. It's taking the plus 50%, turning it into negative 50%. That's insanely powerful against bosses. Now, with our elemental weakness, we saw that we were reducing it by 73%, and then our exposure came out and was doing 14%. Right? If we were to add 73 plus 14, this is negative 87. The difference between here is negative 100%. The difference here is negative 87%. Getting boss with elemental weakness, therefore negating Rocky. No. Negative 87%. So I think the reason why is because if Conduit was doing all of the damage, then maybe it would make sense. But Conduit isn't doing all of the damage. It's not, and it's not that much more damage, right? Because if the boss had plus 50% and you were doing 100 damage, this means you would have been doing 50 damage. But with negative 100, you're doing 150 damage. Now, if it's negative 100 or negative 87, then we take equals 50 minus 87, 37. So now instead you're doing 137. So you're doing 10% more damage than me, right? You're gaining 10% damage by using Rakiata's over elemental weakness. But the reason why this doesn't work on a Sorc is because it's not just Conduit that's doing the damage. You also have your Orb and your Arc that are going out and doing their damage as well. And Arc is out hitting with the power of 2 infused Arcs, and Orb is hitting out with the power of 3 infused Arcs because of the way that Orb is functioning. I would have to prove that in terms of the DPS value. So I want to actually know how much damage Orb is actually hitting for. So if you look at the total damage here, that's just what I want to know. I just want to know the total damage. So the total damage is 21, or sorry, the average damage per use. That's what I need to know. I need to know the average damage per use. So the average damage per use of Orb of Storms when I'm in combat. That's another thing I need to know. Because when I crit a target, it's going to be different. So let's just go here. I don't care. I just need to go somewhere where I crit. Now, the arc isn't going to matter because it's going to have inevitable critical. So the average damage per use, that's accounting for the 100%, the 250% crit, I think. Let me see. Okay, hold on. I need to go find a target. Okay, so it does change. Yeah, this is really hard because when I crit a target and do all sorts of stuff, it's going to increase the damage. So I need to use total damage is what I need, and then I need to multiply it. Okay. So the only way that we're going to do this is I need to know the actual crit rate, though. That I do need. I do need to know the crit rate. So hold on. 86.72%. Okay. Okay, this is 100%. Alright. So now, if we take the average damage, or the total damage, 21,467. Then we look at the arc. And that's just because of the different things that I have in here that are empowering the damage of the spell. This one isn't using considered casting. That's why. Considered casting is the reason why orb is hitting harder. So, if I took 1702 and I multiplied it by 35%, is it going to equal very close to the arc? 22, 23. So it'd be 23. There it is. You see why? Like, yes, the arc should have slightly higher damage. Not by much, but slightly higher. Yep, there it goes. We confirmed it. Because it's 2303, and this is 29, or not 2303, what is it? 2324. And I'm saying this is going to be 2297.7. So you can see how they're very, very close in damage. Very, very close. Okay. So, the Orb of Storms, in terms of the average damage hit, is going to be 21,712. So they're very close. They're very close in their damage. Now, what has to happen is we have to put in the crit hit rate, and then we have to put in the actual multiplier. So this is going to be 3.5. This will be 3.5. But then because this has the 86 whatever percent, you have to actually convert that here because it's going to get multiplied by this. This just gets multiplied by 1 because it's 100% crit hit rate. So that's the average damage of the orb. That's the average damage of the arc. Okay, cool. Now, when the arc is infused, it's going to do 3 times more damage, and you're going to get 2 of them. So, let's just do this first. How much damage is an infused arc doing? Okay. So the infused arc is going to deal the 227,000, or 228,000 is really what we could say. Okay, so now this is the damage of the orb, and then we get 2 of these. So each infused arc equals that damage right there. That's the infused arc damage. Okay. So Orb of Storms, as we've talked about, what it's doing with the proc is that we're getting 17 orb procs worth of damage, and this is the average damage of each one. So we can actually put 17 here, and we can take this and multiply it by 17. That is fucking wild, bro. Holy shit. And bosses also have less effective incoming exposure versus other mobs. At least that's what I... Okay, so that actually already shows, right? To do the reduction with 2 stacks of curse. No, at series litter, to do an extra 30% more resistance reduction with 2 stacks of the curse. Hold on.
Have an order?
At Ziri's Allure.
Yes.
I'm assuming that's a support zone. Curses inflicted by supported skills. Ignore curse limit. Curses inflicted by supported skills are reflected back to you. Supported skills have 20% less curse effect. No. So, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. If they ignore the curse limit, then they're gonna be... Would that work? Would that work against a boss? There's no way that would actually work. I mean, that turns my resistances into fuck all. But that would be... The problem with this is like, oh my god, if this actually works against a boss, bro, that's fucking crazy, but you also have to understand that it's going to reflect the curse back at you. I am very curious to see what this does. How much is this worth? 199? I really want to try this.
All right.
I want to know.
Order is registered.
I want to know if this is actually working the way I think we're saying it works. Because that would be absolutely fucking stupid.
Yes.
I just want to know. That's all. That's all I want to know. 54%, but I'm inflicted. So yeah, see, it's only 54%, but now I'm inflicted by 130%, bro. Look at my fucking resistances. Yeah, so that definitely did not work the way that we wanted it to. So let's go ahead and take that out. That definitely did not work. Cast again, though. Oh, can you do it twice? I'll try it. I'll see if you can cast it twice.
Your maze matters not.
See if it applies again. You got it. Let's see if it can apply again. Removes the curse limit, being that you can cast it multiple times. Nah, there's no way that you can just like, hey, bro, I'm just going to hit you with fucking 3 curses or some shit. Bullshit, but I will try it. If that's true, that's going to be so funny. I want to try it. 1, 2, 3. I'm casting it multiple times. Nothing is happening. Definitely not working. Definitely not working. Hey, we tried it, right? They cannot be the same curse. Well, that's stupid. What's the point of that?
Have an order?
Huh? So I just dumped. Nobody wants it. Gross.
I'll
Oh,
fill
well.
it in as soon as I can.
Will it work with Whispers of Doom passive? Yes, but so would the normal one. It's no. We're trying to like we're trying like way too hard to like make this work. You cannot apply more than one of the same curse. Like this Whispers of Doom, this additional curse is literally like it having an additional curse and then we're just removing the curse limit are both the same thing. It's the same thing. Whispers of Doom doesn't do. I've already tried this before. It doesn't allow a double application of the curse. What it allows is for you to put more than one curse on a target, being 2. So you can put 2 of one curse on a target. That's all it does. Iron reflexes. Ten exalteds. Fuck yeah, bro.
You did well in that. Let us hope Zest now lies dormant.
Exactly. So, there's a reason why I'm doing this math. So let's go back to doing our math, right? Okay. So, how many infused arcs is this doing? This is the equivalent of doing 4.85 infused arcs. Okay. This is important. So, now what happens is the arc is doing 2 infused arcs. So, we're going to number. Okay. Now, we've done the number up here to find out how much damage the conduit is dropping for. The conduit, I'm going to say... We have to write it down here. 3316141. Okay. Now, the conduit is dropping for the power of 14. Okay? So the conduit is dropping with the power of 14 infused arcs. Okay? That's how the conduit's working. All right. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to use infused arcs as our 1. Like that's what we're trying to think. Like, okay, we're hitting for a specific amount of infused arcs rather than just using like raw damage numbers, because otherwise that's just like weird to think about. All right. So, in our rotation, our arc cast is going to equal 2 infused arcs. We got that one. Our Orb of Storms is going to equal 4.85, or I'll say 86 infused arcs. And then our conduit is going to equal out 14.54. Actually, we'll just say 5.5. Round it up. All right. So this is how many infused arcs worth of damage these abilities are doing when we're doing our rotation. Now, if we were to use nothing, like we were to use Rakiatas, we could not use elemental weakness, because as soon as we use elemental weakness, it just wouldn't like apply damage at all. So what happens is that this damage is going to get modified by a factor of 50%, because bosses have 50% resistances. Are we all tracking? So we're going to take this and we're going to divide it by 2, because that's 50%. I could also just say times 0.5, because it's got that resistance, right? So if this is 50% resistance, we just put that there. Now, if the boss has negative 50% resistance, then we're going to multiply it by 1.5. Okay, so now what we can do is we can add everything. And now what happens is that when we use Rakiatas in Conduit, but we don't curse or expose the target, what happens is we are going to do a total's worth of damage of 25.25 2.5 infused arcs worth of damage. Okay, everyone tracking? That's what happens with Rakiatas. Okay? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take the exact same scenario, and now what we're going to do is we're going to do it with Elemental Weakness. Now, Elemental Weakness is throwing the resistances into negative 37%. Okay? So, negative 37% is what we're getting. That means that we're just going to take all of these values and multiply them by 1.37. Because we're doing 37% more damage because it's negative, right? Like, if that makes sense, okay? All right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add up all of these. And that, my friends, is why Elemental Weakness is better on a Sorc for our rotation than Rakiatas. When we are empowering the Arc and the Orb to do more damage, the Arc plus the Orb empowered damage makes up for the Rakiata's empowered damage from Conduit. And that is the reason why, in Path of Builder, it is saying that Elemental Weakness with Exposure is netting us out more total DPS than using Rakiatas and Conduit. And that is how you fucking math the game out. There it is. That's pretty cool, huh? So we were sitting here and going like, we know that Elemental Weakness does more damage, but we don't know why, because we know that Rakiatas is lowering the resistance more than what our Elemental Weakness plus Exposure is doing. So why is Elemental Exposure doing more damage than Rakiatas? Bam, we just mathed it out. Correct. That is exactly correct, Mr. Boysen. That's what we just said, right? So right here, right? So this one right here, I'll just do this, right? So this is Rakiata into Conduit. Because Conduit is our hardest hitting ability. And this is Elemental Weakness plus Frostbomb. All right. So what happens here is that if the boss has 50% resistance, it's going to look like these numbers right here. All these numbers this is what's equivalent to an infused art cast. I have taken all of the damage and I have converted the damage rather than it being a flat damage type. I've just converted it into saying, hey, this is how much damage it's doing in terms of an infused art cast. So we are getting with the art cast with Unleash, we're just getting 2 infused art casts, right? Because we get the main one, and then Unleash says we have 2 more art casts, but each of those art casts are doing 50% of damage of the base cast of Arc. So if you're casting 2 50%ers, then that's just 1 100%er. So you're casting the main one plus 2 50%. You could just say you're casting 2 arcs, right? So that's what Unleash is saying. So we're casting 2 arcs that are infused, right? And that damage gets reduced by 50% because the boss has 50% resistance, which equals 1. Then Orb of Storms with the 7th, because we said right here, the Tempest counts as a spell, the Arc counts as 3 spells, and the Conduit counts as a spell. And so what happens is that when we cast all of these, the Orb of Storms is going to do 2 bolts naturally each, and then we're going to get 5 each for all the spells that we've casted. And so right here, the Orb is going to do 17 ticks worth of damage. And the Orb, at an 86.72% crit hit chance rating with this base damage with the 3.5 multiplier from Malagaros, is going to deal this much damage. You take this much damage, you multiply it by 17, this is the total damage that it deals. This is the damage of an infused art cast. So if we take this damage and divide it by the infused art cast, then we know that Orb of Storms during that rotation equals 4.86 infused art cast. That's the equivalent. So we put that down here. This 4.86 infused art cast gets divided by 2 because the boss has 50% resistance. So it's really only 2.43 infused art cast. Now Conduit is hitting for 14.55. But the thing is that its damage is actually going to get multiplied by 50% because the Rakiatas is throwing the resistance of the target from 50% to negative 50%, which is the same as multiplying this infused art cast equivalent by 1.5. So now Conduit is doing 21.825 infused arc cast worth of damage. We add everything up. This is how much infused arc cast damage Rakyadas is doing with Rakyadas in Conduit. Now with Elemental Weakness plus Frostbomb is going to lower the target's resistance by a total of 73 plus 12%. So it's throwing the resistance from 73 plus 14%. So it's reducing it by 87% total, which is the equivalent of it going from 50% to negative 37%. So that negative 37% is the equivalent of multiplying the same values that we had here by just 1.37, because it's just going to do 37% more damage. So we multiply the arc cast by 1.37 here, the orb cast by 1.37 here, and the conduit damage by 1.37 here, and then we add them all up, and now the total damage of a rotation is equivalent to 29.33 infused arc cast. And if we want to say, well, how much of a damage increase is that compared to the other one, we can take this and subtract it by the main one, and then divide it by the main one, and with Elemental Weakness plus Frostbomb, we're actually able to output 16.14% more damage than if Rakyadas was put into the conduit. And that is why Rakyadas is bait for spellcasters. Well, I would say Rakyadas is bait for this specific build, is what I would say. Because this specific build has more than one thing that's doing damage. I think Rakyadas is absolutely 100% the play on builds where they have one thing that's dealing damage. Like, you can have multiple things that are your engine, but you have one spell that's really doing all of the damage. Rakyadas is really good, because you only have one source of damage that's really doing anything, and therefore Rakyadas is just the best bang for your buck. But what happens when you actually have 3 or 4 different things that are dealing damage at the same time? Well, you kind of got to math it out, but for our build specifically, it could be different for other builds, but for our build specifically, with the Arc, the Orb, and the Conduit, Elemental Weakness and Frostbomb is actually doing more for us than putting Rakyadas into Conduit. So, yeah. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. This is why Elemental Weakness and Frostbomb is working for us better. Is Arc infused with cast on crit? It can be, yes. So if you are able to generate an infusion and cast on crit cast the Arc will consume the infusion and will deal bonus damage, because it counts as you casting the spell. When cast on crit, which is a meta skill or an invocation spell, actually invokes a spell, it counts as you casting the spell, which will consume the infusion and deal the bonus damage. Well, this has been enlightening, I would say. So I'm probably just going to use... Damn, you still live, bro? Yeah, we were doing math. So I'm probably just going to use this in the video. I'll explain how resistances, penetration, and item like reductions and stuff like that work, especially with Rakyadas inversions and stuff like that. I'll explain how all of that works and what that means in terms of damage. And then I'll explain why in this build for spellcasters, it's kind of bait. Because for our build, Rakyadas just doesn't work, man. There's just other gems that are just worth so much more than what Rakyadas can give us. The other thing that we didn't take into effect is that Rakyadas is taking a slot into Conduit. I didn't even think about that. So actually, hold on a second, right? Because Rakyadas is actually taking up a slot. So if we look at our Lightning Conduit, what slot would it take over? It would have to take over Elemental Focus. That's the one it would have to take over, because everything else we would need. So Elemental Focus allows the Conduit to deal 25% more damage. And this is a separate multiplier. So really what happens is it's actually this times 1.5 or 1.25. And now we have a massive damage increase. This is another, you know what? I'm going to have to re-explain this, right? Yeah. So because Rocky Autos actually sucks up a gem slot on our lightning conduit, right? The one that we would replace would be elemental focus because that's the least damaging impact one, right? We need it to crit. We need the pinpoint critical. So that's the one that we would run. Please give an alternative to Lia's Desire, Lightning Mastery. Or Deliberation. Let's actually find out if let's find out if Lightning Conduit is affected by Deliberation. I'm more than certain it's not. I am more than certain it is not affected by Deliberation. But let's find out. So, average damage 14444 whatever. I put this in. I can't even put it in. Yeah. So you can't even put it in Deliberation. It's Lightning Mastery. Lightning Mastery is the alternative. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually create a separate video because I just went on that extreme rant. But the problem is that yeah, and I'm probably gonna have to make this look cleaner too. This is a really important thing, man. Like, look at this. This is insane, dude. Like, look the difference in the damage. Because we are able to run Rockiatas, because Rockiatas is sucking up a slot in Conduit, because we are able to empower the Conduit by 1.25 and then it gets multiplied by a further 37%, the difference now between the two becomes so vast, bro. That's a massive damage difference. Rockiatas is super beat. So I think the first thing that we need to do is we need to explain that Rockiatas actually just takes up a slot, right? So the first thing that we would need to do is just explain like, okay, here's this conduit, and then here's this conduit, right? These are the two. And because it sucks up a slot, remember, the damage increase is going to be 50% bonus, and the damage increase here is going to be 37% bonus, right? Because we're shoving it into negative resistances. So what we have to do is we have to take this, and we have to multiply it by 1.5, and then if we take this, and we multiply it by 1.37, it's more. This is why elemental weakness is fucking awesome for us. Because even though Rockiatas, dude, so Rockiatas is actually sucking up a gem support slot. We didn't even think about that. So because Rockiatas is actually sucking up a gem support slot, being the elemental focus here, which I've said fucking 5 times now. I know I'm sounding redundant as shit. But because Rockiatas is sucking up this elemental focus slot, we don't get the extra 25% damage. And it just so happens that even though Rockiatas is lowering the resistance of the target by a further 13%, it's not enough to overcome the 25% damage multiplier that Elemental Focus is giving to Conduit, which makes Conduit just hit more with Elemental Focus than Rockiatas with Elemental Weakness and Frostbomb. But then Elemental Weakness and Frostbomb also empower the damage of our Arc Cast and our Orbs to just cause the damage difference to be absolutely fucking wild between the two. And that's why Rockiatas is absolutely fucking bait. Holy shit, dude, I fucking done it. This is gold. This is content. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun video to make. This is some good shit from the Good Shit Academy, dude. Alright, guys. I need to get going because I need to get ready to actually cook some dinner and then clean the house and take care of the peoples and stuff. I'll probably work on the video later tonight. I don't know if the video will be out by tonight. Probably not. It'll probably be out by tomorrow morning. I'll probably try to get it done before I go live tomorrow. But yeah, this is really awesome. That's literally like 50% more damage without it. Isn't it, though? Isn't that fucking nuts? Look at this. It's insane. The actual number, actually, is just... Yeah, hold on. I'll tell you the actual number. So you're actually getting 36% more damage. But, like, god damn. Dinner at 3 p.m. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know what's wrong with my significant other and the way her family grew up, but for some fucking reason... Oh, actually, they're going to Sakura tonight. I actually don't have to prep dinner. That's fucking awesome. I actually don't have to prep dinner because they're leaving tonight to actually go get dinner somewhere else. Huh, never mind. That's fucking awesome. Anyways, what I'm trying intrusive thoughts, one, went off on the tangent, way off rails. Anyways, coming back to what we were talking about. It's a 36% damage increase. But the reason I don't know, she just likes to have dinner at like 4:30. Like, you have to understand that my girl is on a diet and she's losing weight, and in order to do that you have to go into an intermittent diet to go into a state of ketosis. So I'm a physiology major, so if I'm talking a little sciencey, just let me know. But there's a state that you can put your body into known as a ketotic state, and what that does is just TLDR, it just burns fat for energy. But you don't want to do this for very long. The keto diet is not something that's I would suggest to anyone, simply because your brain only works off of sugar. So when you put yourself into a ketotic state, you'll actually put yourself into like a really foggy brain, and you won't be able to think very well. And you'll be kind of groggy. You won't function throughout your day as well. Like, your body needs sugar, right? Like, it's what it needs, right? But what you can do is you can put it into an acute state of ketosis, where your liver can convert enough of the fat with the oxygen that you breathe to turn it into sugar for your brain to function. But then all the other metabolic process that your body is doing, it is actually just burning the fat for energy. Now, the only way that you can do that is you don't eat lunch, because you have to put your body into an acute state of ketosis. So what she does is she only eats in the mornings, but then she doesn't eat lunch. So when she comes home after not eating for 8-9 hours, if any of you are married or have significant others with a woman, tell me what it feels like with a hangry growl. You know what I'm saying? So she likes to eat when she comes home, and she comes home around 4 to 4:30. So yeah, that's the reason why we have dinner as early as we do. Anywho's, now that I have explained the inner workings of my life's eating habits, yeah, unfortunately, we're not a very supplemental family. We don't really do anything with that stuff. Not necessarily because it's bad or it's good. It's just, we just don't do it. But thank you for the suggestion. She'd be much better fasting after dinner and starting food at lunchtime. That would make sense, Frank. I would absolutely agree with you. Yeah. I actually absolutely agree with you. And the reason being for that is because your body burns more fat during sleep than any other part of the day. And so when you're sleeping and then when you wake up and you're moving throughout your day, yes, that'd be good. I agree with you. I'm not against you, Frank. I'm really in agreement with you. The problem is that the gal works out for an hour to an hour and a half, 5 days a week. And when she works out, she does not only weightlifting, but she also does like zone 4 plus cardio, and gets her heart rate above like 160, 170. And when you get your heart rate to that level, you actually burn carbs. And when you're doing weightlifting, that's not only at a set of 1 to 3, but anything above like 5 to 10, you're also burning carbs. So you legitimately need carbs in order to work out. If you try to work out with weightlifting and then putting your body into a zone 4 plus state of cardio, and you don't have any carbs in your system because you just burned them throughout the sleep and woke up and go to the gym, you are going to have a very bad day. And you can actually go into a state of hypoglycemic shock where you just like can't think, can't see, can't like, you look like you're, if you've ever seen someone go into hypoglycemic shock, it's very interesting. But she can go into a state where like she has hypoglycemia if she does that when she's working out without working out in the morning. Or sorry, with working out in the morning. If she worked out in the evening, I would agree with you. Like, eat dinner and then go work out. That would absolutely work. But she doesn't do that. She works out in the morning because that's what kickstarts her day. So because of that, that's the reason why she's chosen to do the strategy that she's done. Yeah. Fun fact, your boy Otter is a kinesiology major and actually has his bachelor's in strength and conditioning kinesiology. So I've done a bunch of anatomy and physiology and science stuff with metabolics and athletes and all that crap. So I have hypoglycemia. Not fun, can confirm. Yep. I used to do HIIT during fasted states, but that is different and it's body dependent. It is very body dependent. It is. Some people can do it, man. I don't know how people do it. There are some people in the world that are just like carb burners. You know what I'm saying? Like they just burn carbs. That's just what they do. And then there's other people who just burn fat, and that's just what they do. And yes, how you train and how you live can modify that, but not by much, man. Like genetics plays a huge role in that. Some people just burn carbs and some people just burn fats, like regardless of what you do. And you can train to try to like push those numbers in one direction or one way or another. But like, it's kind of important to know where you're at. Unfortunately, she and I are carb burners, and I am a massive carb burner, dude. I do not burn fat at all, dude. When I did my fucking metabolic test, I did 2 of them. But my most recent metabolic test, dude, I burn like 85% of my energy is burned as carbs. It's insane. It's insane how much of a carb burner I am. I have to consistently fucking eat, bro. It is insane how much of a carb burner I am. But, you know, my lifestyle plus my genetics have just set it that way. Yeah, see, that's why you can do that. Yeah, I'm Rocky Odyssey. Exactly, right? Exactly. See, you and I have a flip-flopped. You and I are flip-flopped when it comes to how it works. I've had my resting metabolic rate tested with like the VO2 max and like it's the mass that measures oxygen to carbon dioxide that you exhale when you're like putting your body through like a specific limit. And like I when I was doing that in my active RMR, like my metabolic test rate, when my heart rate got to 145, I was already burning at 95% carbs. And when I got to 155 on my heart rate, I was burning 100% carbs, but my maximum heart rate is 198. Like, damn. No, I worked at a gym called Lifetime, and we just had that. It's like a super, super luxurious, like country club style gym that's like $350 a month membership per one person. And the active metabolic assessment costs like $400. And they would do it on each of us as trainers to know where we're at so we could talk to it. Yeah. So, yeah, that was one of the things I did. And I found out like whether or not I was a carb burner or a fat burner, and I am a giga carb burner. All right, anyways, now that we have talked about the inner workings of my life, I'm actually going to go work on this. Thank you so much for watching today. I think we made really good progress. I think we had a really good day, man. Like, we found like 15 divine orbs, other content. We really got the build working. We proved why elemental weakness is better than rock yada. It's been a really, really good stream. I think today was a really success. So we'll make content, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the support, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.